Alright, and radio check. Sweet. Looks like we are 5 by 5. Sorry for the slight delay from the end of the intro song to switching over. Totally forgot that we did the career mode last time, so I had gotten rid of the flight plan banner, and it took a little bit to get up. So 2 streams in a row with some definitely some user errors going on. Anyway, we're back. And we're in Flight Sim 2024, and today we're flying the CRJ-900 from Newark, New Jersey to Toronto, and hopefully back, assuming we have enough time. I'm pretty excited because 2024 seems to be, slowly piecing together, and it's been out for almost a year, so we should be relatively in good shape for this flight. Last time I streamed in 2024, we had some bandwidth errors and stuff like that. Didn't really give me high hopes, but I think we've had a sim update since then. I've managed to download, pieces of content, and I've slowly been picking away at that to reduce the load on the sim itself, and things can work quicker, and we don't have so much, like I get some frame drops and weird alerts, things like that. So today we're gonna hope that we don't get any of that, and we're gonna hop right into the sim. And of course, the one nice thing about 2024 is the walk around feature. Look at that. Can walk on the ground, can look around with the flashlight. Definitely wonder if we can open any of this up. No, can't open any of the doors. Have to do it via the EFB, but that's okay. It's one thing that makes me kind of want to get the Phoenix is the ability to walk around using this feature on 2024 and being able to do stuff, click on doors, plug stuff in, unplug it, and so forth. But we can take a look around the aircraft a lot easier and see the attention to detail that has taken place. I mean, if you look at these landing lights, this is pretty realistic here. I mean, you got actual lights in here, and it looks like it's inside of the lens, and yeah, just a lot of detail. Then we look at the landing gear here. You just see like I believe that's like the hydraulics boxes, or the hydraulic fluid might go in there or something. I'm not 100% sure. I'm not an actual CRJ pilot, but the level of detail is actually amazing, and being able to walk up close and see it is also amazing. Got chocks and everything here. Love it. So we'll take a walk around, and we'll make sure that this plane is all in one piece. Oh yeah, we were supposed to leave out of this terminal over here, if I could speak, gate Alpha 1, but as you can see, the building doesn't extend out to that terminal, and I wasn't trying to deal with that. So we're spawned into a gate that actually is connected to a building, which is, I believe we're at gate Alpha 15. So look at that, you got the lights going on here. Everything looks fun, just phenomenal. We even have the static wicks. All looks really, really good. Look at these details. Everything's written on. Potable water. Oh. So nice. Just kind of taking a peek, looking at all the details, soaking it in. Yep, all of the placards. Even this. This is so small, but it's detailed enough to where you can read it. Every little sensor, every little word that's written on it. Little tail skid right there. Look at that. Gosh. Yeah, I just kind of don't get tired of it. We got some line guys walking underneath the plane. Clearly don't know what they're doing or where they're going. I mean, just look at all these like springs and the linkages and all that. Even the lines for the brakes are amazing. Got all the fairings. Oh yeah. Got the green light over here, and it looks like it's inside of the lens. You can kind of see like the border of the lens here. So there is a lens there, and the lights are inside of it, which is really, really cool. That's attention to detail. Oops. Oh yeah, we got the fuel panel right up here, and usually you ground these things under the wing. I wonder, it's a bore plug that you plug It's usually somewhere under the wing. So this is the field panel. This is the single point right here. And then usually, is it here? For fuel quantity, no, that's something else. Where is the bore plug? Usually, it's like right in here in this front panel. Maybe they missed that. Oh well. But still, to even have like the refuel panel here, you know, just the door by itself, and it looks like the proper hinges, and then to have the single point here, that looks really good in itself. Oops, I just kind of glitched inside of the plane. But we do have all the lights and everything. You can kind of see inside of the plane from here. Look at this. You know, 2024 just, it has so much potential. Amazing concepts, and there's a lot of it that isn't bad, but we're just still needs some work. Yo, Toasty Oats, my guy. What is happening? How you doing, friend? We're doing it. We're in the 2024 sim with a CRJ. We're gonna see how it performs. You just look at this nose gear too. You have, you know, like the cylinders, canisters here, whatever you want to call them. We got some strut going on, and it looks pretty realistic to the real thing. I love it. Alright, so we're going to go underneath the bridge here. We did kind of a good walk around there, and we can hop in, and I just really love how, you know, sized it is as well. It's very realistic on the size. Alright, so we're gonna pretend like there's an entrance to this jet bridge to get to our plane, and we're gonna go inside. Alright, look at this. So I haven't really touched much since the last CRJ stream in 2024. I'm hoping that my settings saved, as far as like I got rid of the anti-aliasing settings because it was making screens like every time I changed a number they were fading into each other, and it took like a full second for me to even determine what the number was saying. It was so weird. So took all that away. Hopefully my settings saved. This is where we kind of find out. Alright, so first things first, we're going to check the gear lever, verify that that's down, speed brakes are stowed, flaps are up, thrust levers are idle, reversers are stowed, and everything looks good, so we can turn the battery on. Coming up top here. Oh, what in the glare is going on here? Oh, the overhead lights are good. Let's turn this dome light off. What is that? I gotta figure out what lights those are and why they are so bright. Oh my goodness. Alright, well, first things first, let's get the APU door open. So LCV and SOV are open. Good. We'll turn on the APU. Then we'll come down here, get some lights going on. None of these floodlights are on, so why? To figure out what okay, so the APU is starting, the RPM is looking good, EGT is also looking good in the green, normal indications. Oop, a little bit of a stutter there, that's a little scary. So we come up top here and whoa, those are just so bright. What are those? Wait, is it these? No, it doesn't look like those. Why can't I figure out where these lights are coming from? I want them off. They're so bright. Dome light gets turned off, but those are still on. What are those lights? And why can't I figure it out? Oof. That's bad too. Okay, so that shuts that light off, but it doesn't shut the overhead panel light. Come up here. Oops. Keep hitting the wrong camera button. Yeah, those are still just obnoxious. Wow. Trying very hard to find the lights here, because these are off. These are temperature controls. I don't think I've ever had this issue. Not even when I streamed last time. Like, what's happening? Floodlights, display lights, floor lights are off here. Floodlights are all off, so what is causing that to be so bright? Ugh. I have a feeling there's like one switch that I'm totally missing here. Oh, co-pilot sneezed. Bless you, good sir. Well, this is a very poor start. Me not knowing where the heck these lights are and how to turn them off. Because I would really, really appreciate if those were off so I can actually see my overhead panel. There's nothing in here. That's extremely bright. How do I turn this off? I don't like the brightness. We'll test our oxygen masks while we're looking at them. This is just really unfortunate. The fact that I don't know where these lights are is like kind of embarrassing. That's so weird. Do I really just have to deal with it? I might just have to deal with it. Unless there's like a switch or something underneath the pedestal. I know that that exists sometimes. I want these lights off, dude. Turn these all the way up. Well, folks, I might just have to deal with it. That's really unfortunate, huh? Toasty Oats, you still with me, brother? Wow, okay. So all of these lights are extinguished, or I think they are. Cool. Oh, I wonder if that fire detection monitor test works yet. See if something pops up on the screen. Nope. Playing Battlefield 6, streaming and watching, listening to yours. Oh, nice. Cool, yeah. I actually should get yours in the background in just a second here. Actually, might as well do that. Oh, Newark Tower is on. That's after I got my auto ATC. Yeah, so Tower just hopped on, so I might have to go grab my iPad so I can copy down instructions. Totally forgot about that. Okay, well, let's just deal with this crap first. Hydraulic SOVs are fine. Nav lights are coming on. Logo lights are on, so the ground crew knows we're powered on. Fuel pumps are off for now. Bleed air is all in the normal auto position, good. ISOL valve is fine. Bleed source, both, love it. APU's on. Ignitions are all off. Hydraulics are all off for now. Air conditioning can come on. Recirc fan on. Oh, jeez. Oh, looks like I got a PDC from Newark Tower. So we'll keep that in mind. Landing elevation, what are we looking at here? Toronto is 569, so we're gonna do 560. And again, I always have to line this camera up because there's no good way to see it. Oh, that was way too much. $560, nope, that's 540. One more up. There we go. Landing elevation is 560. Love to see it. Come up top here again where it's extremely bright for some reason. That's all good. Temperature controls are all set. Emergency depress and pressurization continuous is all extinguished. That's good. Window heat will get on. The probes can stay off for now. Running across left to right, the ELT is armed. That's good. Passenger oxygen is guarded and the lights extinguished. No smoking and seatbelt signs are coming on, and the emergency lights are armed. Sweet. What did our PDC give us? Maintain 2,500. That's pretty low. Alright. So we'll set the autopilot right away. And that... See, look what happens here when I change the altitude. So pay attention right over here. I'll even zoom in like more on it. So right over here on the left of the screen, we're going to change the number. And look at how they're just kind of like bleeding into each other. So my settings did not save, which is a little frustrating. Yep. Super resolution, DLSS, which I don't want. So I just want the anti-aliasing off altogether because resource usage exceeds GPU. See, I don't even know what is happening anymore. Alright, so let's try and change. See, yeah, that's much better. So these numbers change instantly. Good. Alright. Anyway. So we set the altitude. Do we have a speed restriction? So we're expected... Radar vectors, Gale, so no. Oh, it's Newark 5 departure. Okay. Why don't we go ahead and we'll pull that up in a second. We'll worry about my PDC after this. So we got the autopilot all set up. That's fine. Anti-skid is armed. Good. Horn is off. We don't need that. Test the bay overheat. Cool. Lamp test. Make sure everything lights up. Boom. Bang. Okay. Ground proximity is good. Checking the throttle quadrant here. Both reversers are going to be armed. Everything else is fine. Okay, disconnects are good. And we're going to... we might as well squawk our code. It's a 2246. And I have to do it in the sim. Because if I don't, for some reason the CRJ doesn't communicate with my Logitech radio all that well. So I have to do both separately. Otherwise, VATSIM doesn't see my squawk code. It's really kind of annoying, to be honest with you. Good, so squawk code is set. Volume knobs are all good. Coming down here, ATC select will go to 1. Our standby is no longer there. That's good. Mode C is activated on VATSIM. Love it. Standby radio is turned on. Sweet. Stab trim will turn on. Oh, you know what? We could have been aligning the IRSs this whole time. Live and you learn. Flight deck door. We're good with that for now. We don't really have to do anything with it. Yaw damper comes on when the IRSs are aligned. Looks good, looks good. Everything on the right side matches. The cargo fire X, the lights are extinguished. Good. These two are guarded. Excellent. Landing gear. Emergency is pushed and stowed. Good. ADG is not set up. Or it's not deployed. Emergency flaps are normal. Good. Alright. So now that we did that whole thing, we're just gonna come over here to the EFB and run through the originating checklist real quick. So crew oxygen and mask is good, audio warding panel good, electrical power panel is good, fire detection test doesn't work in the sim, external lights are on, fuel panel is checked, we're good there, bleed air panel, yep, APU good. I'll just run it through myself from left to right, make sure I didn't miss anything. Nose wheel steering's off. trims, you know what? So what we're going to do is we're going to import our flight plan, and we're going to set that fuel and payload, and then real quick we're going to make sure it matches with SimBrief, which it does. Good. And it also gave us our block fuel. Alright, nice. So that's good. So our trims, we're looking at a takeoff trim of 6.7. So let's go ahead and throw that in there. Oop, stuck. 6.7. There we go. Back to the checklist. Alright, so trim is good. Yaw damper, we'll wait for the IRSs to align, and the source panel normal. Alright. So now let's go to the FMC and let's give a position. So position, yep, everything was good on the first page. So we are at Newark, Echo Whiskey Romeo. And we'll go to the next page. We're going to copy GNSS1, go to previous page, set the position. There we go, flight plan. And then IRSs can align from here. And real quick, pardon me while I go grab my iPad so I can actually copy instructions. Okay, right on. My apologies. But now I do have my iPad. Just in case we get any instructions by ATC. Alright, while we're still waiting for the IRSs to align, we can input our flight information. So get the official flight plan on standby here. There we go. Alright, so we are going from Newark to Toronto. Charlie Yankee Yankee Zulu. Okay, like so. And then our alternate is actually going to be Yankee Quebec Golf, which is all the way by Detroit. Charlie Yankee Quebec Golf, which I forget the name of that city, but I remember it begins with a W. Alright, so Toronto, blah blah blah. Today we are Jazz 8879. So that's going here, 8879. Okay, then our first waypoint is going to be, or you know what, we are doing a departure. So the Newark 5, did he give us a runway to expect? So he did not give us a runway to expect. So we'll just pull up the ATIS real quick. We have Quebec. They're departing runway 31. Okay. So we're going to take off runway 31. Oop. Oh, you know what? I am really, really dumb. That is for LaGuardia. Oh my goodness. There is no ATIS for Newark. Well, it seems like the controller signed off. See, now I'm gonna waste time trying to figure out what's happening here. Newark. Control tower 1183. So he gave me a PDC. And then just up and signed off. I guess so. Okay. Whatever. So what are the winds doing then? The winds are 250. So we could take one of the 2-2s. We'll do 2-2 left. Actually, let's just see what SimBrief told us. That would probably be the smartest option here. I'm just realizing now that I didn't have this as together as I thought I did. 2-2 right is what they want us to depart. Alright, I guess we'll do 2-2 right, that's fine. Okay, so execute that departure. And then from that departure, we're going to Gale. So Golf Alpha Yankee Echo Lima. And then we're taking Quebec 818. Oops. Forgot the Quebec there. Quebec. Oh my goodness. I am messing it up here. Quebec 818. And that's going to Wozy, which is actually right on top of Buffalo. Okay. And then from there, we're looking at the Ling 3 arrival from Wozy. And is Toronto online still? Toronto is online. Landing and departing 2-3 and 2-4 right. So we can expect, what does SimBrief tell us? Arrival 3-3 right? Yeah, no, that's wrong. Okay. So we're just not even gonna I'm gonna imagine we're gonna do ILS 24 right since that's what they're landing. Alright, we'll execute that. And go to our likes page, verify that there's no discontinuities, which there are. Put Wozy there, good. And then a discontinuity from arrival to approach, which don't exist anymore. Good, so go to our flight plan, that's all complete, sweet. Performance in it. Now we're cooking. Passengers, we're looking at 90 passengers today. Cargo, we have 4337 on board here. Fuel, we're just going to go with the 9670 we have right now. 9670. Cruise altitude today, we're looking at flight level 360. So cruise altitude 360, good. We'll execute that profile. Next page here. Looking at a deviation of plus 12. So plus 12. There we go. And then cruise winds are 240 at 5/8. So we got some relatively stiff winds. We'll execute that just to make sure that's in place. Reserve, we're looking at 4186. Like so. Road traffic, you are not on the correct frequency, sir. Alright, so we got that all good. Now we can go to our VNAV setup and looking at our official flight plan here. Scrolling down a little bit, we're looking at a climb speed of 255 and Mach 0.77. So 255.77, that's also going to be our cruise speed as well. No, that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, it does actually. We'll do 255 until we intercept Mach 0.77. Good. And then from there, we'll just again cruise Mach 0.77. I'll leave the 300 knots there. Next, descent. What are we looking at here? 253 Mach 0.76. Okay. I did it backwards again. I always forget that the descent is the other way around, which makes sense if you think about it, because you're starting on Mach speed and then transitioning to indicated airspeed, but boy. So we'll execute that. That looks good. So we have our performance in. The only thing that's missing from our performance is our flex temp, which we're going to look at our takeoff calculations from a sim brief. And we're taking off 22 right. Yep, that's all good. Looks good. The weather matches. Alright, let's calculate that. We're going to select temp of 44 degrees Celsius. So there you go. Awesome. Go to our likes page. So our FMC is officially set, and I think the aircraft looks good. Oh, now that the IRSs are aligned, let's go ahead and test TCAS. Well, actually, let's do the yaw dampers first, so I don't forget that. We'll go over to TCAS here. Why is it pulling up the menu? Test. Alright, so we have the red bar on the VSI, we have traffic blips on the MFD, and we got an audible test pass. Cool. Could do the ground proximity, but I don't really feel like doing that today. We could do the stall test. Sticks will start shaking. Maybe I gotta hold it in. Yeah, there we go. Sweet. So we hold that in. That looks good. Stall test pass. And ultimately, I think we are ready for push and start. And the tower controller that was on there for a solid 2 minutes is now gone. So, oh, you know what? I do want to set up the EFB real quick. So charts, we're just going to use the FMS flight plan. First thing we're going to do is we're going to check the departure here. So Newark 5, 22 right. Oh, geez. Too bright, too bright. There we go. Alright, so 22 right. What, are we just expecting radar vectors here? Oh. Sorry, I just got a text. Sorry, I'm back. Oh, no worries, dude. Hey, you got your own stream to attend to, so I'm not gonna try and rob your attention. So top altitude is 2,500. We're expecting a higher Altitude 10 minutes after, although that's a very low altitude. But since we're... Normally I would go straight to cruise, but this is one of like 3 Bravo airports in the New York, New Jersey area here. So we're gonna actually, you know, follow suit with our initial altitude on this one and then go from there. We are expecting radar vectors to gale. And one thing I imagine is we take off runway 22 right, which is where we're going to hold a 220 heading, and then it's radar vectors from here. Climb left turn on heading 190. Oh, that's what it's saying. I gotcha. This isn't the easiest thing to read in the world here. So take off runway 22 right, climb left turn on heading 190 to, what am I looking at here? Delta DME, 2.3 DME. ILSQ. Oh, here we go. 22 left, ILSQ. So 2.6, 2.3 DME from that. Use when ILSQ not available. Okay, so we're good there. Then climbing right turn to heading 220. Maintain 2,500. So this is kind of a complicated departure here. So what it's telling us to do is it wants us to make a climbing left turn on heading 190. And then it says there it is, 2.3 ILSQ. So it's kind of an instant left turn and then kind of an immediate right turn at that 2.3 point right there. And then from there, we'll expect radar vectors to gale. And it looks like the way that they do that is, well, let's see where it is. Oh, here it is. It's up here. So it says, what does that say? DPK, Delta Papa Kilo, radio 320. Where's Delta Papa Kilo? Yeah, I'm not really finding that anywhere, and I don't want to spend any more time looking at this departure procedure, so I think we know what we have to do. We have to make a little S, not an S, but, you know, a little, like, sidestep looking turn. We're going to, where is airport info? There we go. Alright, so we are down here, and I don't know why there are so many planes on the map right now. That's really interesting. Oh, you know what? I got nameplates and all that stuff on right now, too. Well, you know what it is? I think I turned... My settings didn't save, so what's actually going on here is, first off, online, the nameplates popped back on. So where are the nameplates? The nameplate's not here. Is it under flight model? No. Flight interface? Oh, here we go. Yep, traffic nameplates. So we want that to be saved. And then the traffic all around us. Nope, I want that off. Oh, you can't? Okay. Okay. There we go. Yep, that got rid of all of them. Cool. So anyway, the whole switching sims thing is really getting me all mixed up here. So these blue planes will all probably disappear pretty soon here. Okay, so we're taking runway 22 right, which is all the way up here. And assuming ATC didn't hop back online in the last like 5 minutes because he signed off that quick. Okay. Nope, not online. So we'll just take we'll just go straight to Romeo here, go up Romeo, and lead ourselves to runway 22 right. And I think that's all we'll have to do. Alright, so let's go ahead and get ourselves a before start check. So we're going to verify that the passenger signs are on, which they are. Good. Passenger signs, landing elevation is set, altimeters, that's a good one. Newark altimeter, we're looking at 29081. So let's get that in there. Oops, wrong one. 29081. Hope everything is in millibars. That's not good for the US. Oh, it's all synced. Right. So those settings saved. That's good. FMS is checked. We're good there. IRSs are in nav mode and aligned. Good. Radios and nav aids. Let's go ahead and actually get on to Newark traffic here. (1183), he en route. Unicom is on standby. Good. Cleared to start. Devices off. We're fine. APU is on. Yep. Electrics are checked. Good. Takeoff data is set. Doors we're going to close and lock. So let's go ahead and get that jetway away. Oh. So even though there were chocks on the ground in the sim, it was saying that the chocks weren't in place? Okay. So now they're in place, our door's closed. So we can turn the beacon on. Let's go back to the FB here. So the doors are closed and locked. Yep, good, beacon's on. Fuel pumps are coming on. Quantity check. We're looking at 9615, which is good. Our minimum takeoff fuel is 9214, so we have plenty. Hydraulic pumps are all coming on. Start with the main one, and then the backups are all on auto. Good. Parking brake can come off once we're ready for push. Alright. And I'm still trying to figure out how to get these lights off that I don't want. Okay. So I don't have a pushback tool for 2024 yet, so it looks like we're going to be doing a straight back pushback, which will be fine because after like we could easily turn ourselves out of there. Alright, let's get the parking brake off. Let's go ahead and shift P it, good old Flight Sim X style. Oh, and you know what I did forget to do? Let's turn on the camera. What's going on? Throwing myself into such new territory here that I'm missing some of the smallest things. But this isn't as bad as I was expecting. Things are overall relatively smooth. I think the only thing that bothers me is just the fact that when I fly on 2024 previously and I set some settings and they don't save, that's frustrating. Alright, so we're going to hold the right engine start till the light comes on, which it is coming on. Oh, why are we... We're getting turned in the pushback. That's unique. Alright, N2 is rising. 20% N2, we're going to introduce fuel by advancing the right thrust lever. Oops. And the tug has completely disconnected from my plane. And we're still pushing back. So weird. Okay, stopping the pushback. Good. We're going to turn on the parking brake. Oops. I don't like this menu. It's a little too far down. It keeps messing with my mouse. Alright, everything's in the green. We're looking good. Actually, do my views work in this? My views in the CRJ did not save. What a travesty. Okay. Should have known. Alright, we're going to hold the left side for 3 seconds. Boom, we got the start indicator. N2 is rising. Oil temp is in the green, that's good. Alright, 20% N2, let's introduce fuel. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set my bug for a 220 heading, but I just need to remember we're making a left turn to 190 and then back to 220. Alright, so both engines are looking stabilized. Sweet. Everything's in the green. No issues so far. Excellent. After start, the generators verify all are on auto, which they are. Electrics, we'll go ahead and check those real quick. Looks good to me. Battery also looks good. And then we'll get the flight control page on standby. Oops. And then bleed valves are on auto, which is fine. Packs are on. APU can come off. And we're going to verify that that turns off and the door shut up. You know what? We'll have to verify after the flight controls check. Anti-ice, we're going to turn on our probes. What is the temperature looking like here? 15 degrees Celsius. Not that cold, so I'm not worried about that. Nose wheel steering is armed, and then we'll do before taxi. So flaps are going to 8. So 1, 2. Flight controls, we're going to check. So right aileron and spoiler up, left aileron down, left aileron, spoiler up, right aileron down, full forward, full aft on the elevator, and rudder right, left. Flight controls are free and correct. We have a flaps 8 setting. Sweet. Stats. We're going to check our trim just like the checklist wanted us to. We're 6.7, good. Brakes are a good solid 1 degree, it looks like, so that's excellent. Thrust reversers are armed. Let's go ahead and verify. Yep, those are armed. Oops. Keep hitting the wrong one. Flight instruments are checked. Brake temp is checked. Alright, so we're looking good there. Sweet. So I need to get these freaking lights off. How do I do that? Because that's way too bright. I don't know why those are even on in the first place. It's definitely not it. You know, I have to be able to turn these lights off somehow because this is way too bright. I definitely don't want to fly at night and have this much going on in here. Just studying all of the lighting options here real quick. Oh, what? So for some reason they defaulted to on. Okay. So I just had to move the... Didn't I move these before and they didn't shut off? Like, am I crazy? I could have sworn I messed with those knobs. Alright. So then that means, yeah, that this floodlighting... Okay, so these floodlights for some reason just defaulted to on. And I just really have to mess with the scroll. Okay. Well... ready to taxi, so there it is. Alright. One of the charts here, so we're at the Alpha terminal. We're going to take Alpha 10. November and taxiway Bravo Romeo. Alright. Oh, my frequencies auto flipped on me. Still don't understand what that's about. Because that doesn't happen in real life. Your radios only change if you change them. Alright. 1183. Alright. Newark traffic Jazz 8879 is at the Alpha terminal. We're going to be taking Alpha 10 November Bravo Romeo to runway 22 right, Newark. Alright. So from here we're just... Oop, the camera would let go. Thank you. Don't know what that just happened. Alright. So we're just going to kind of be going straight ahead. Let's go ahead and release the parking brake. Then we'll make sure we're heading the right way. Okay, got to make a little bit of a left turn here. I'll intercept this little taxiway right here. Little center line action. There we go. So, I mean, everything looks good. Looks clean. Okay, so I'll just continue here because this looks to be Alpha 10. Trying to get a feel for what's going on here. So it's going to be this slight right turn over here. So that's Alpha. We're going to skip Alpha, and then we're going to make the left turn on Bravo. Left turn on Bravo is right here. And we're taking this all the way down to runway 22 right. What is going on here? Like, kind of looks like I'm taking the wrong taxiway, but I don't think I am. What on earth is that vehicle doing on the taxiway? Well, just ignore it, because you don't belong there. We're just gonna... Oh no. I should be be on Bravo here. Almost looks like taxiways that don't. Interesting. Well, alright. Taxiway that looks like it didn't exist, or it used to exist but doesn't anymore, is what I got out of that. Gotta love the already out-of-date scenery. Alright, our takeoff config is okay. Normally I'd box the stats here, but we gotta turn on the manual cross flow, so that'll just unbox it. So I'm just gonna wait until our climb check and then box the stat page. Because one thing at a time. But so far, besides some settings issues and me remembering how to set up this flight, the performance has been alright so far. It looks like I did have some dropped frames, and I think that might have been when I turned the APU on and it lagged a little bit of a stutter there. But the sim looks good. I haven't had any control issues yet, knock on wood, if I even have wood available. I don't. Crap. Oh well, oh well. We're good pilots, we just deal with it. So we're continuing straight here, and now we are on Romeo, because Bravo curved to the left, and this turned into Romeo. So 2,500 feet to begin with. Now I don't think I'm going to do it for a whole 10 minutes, but I will do it initially just to make sure I don't interfere with any other traffic. It looks like New York's kind of dying down a little bit traffic-wise, but just to be safe. And it looks like we're going to be crossing runway 29er here, so let's go ahead and get some lights on, strobes. Newark traffic, Jazz 8879 is crossing runway 29er on Romeo, Newark. And then Romeo kind of bends to the left a little bit here, so we're going to follow that center line. Not this one all the way to the left. I'm not going to get tricked by that. That's happened to me before. It's just a slight left. There we go. Clear both sides, because why not? I mean, it looks good. The graphics are actually insane. The functionality is just where I start running into issues. Right on. So from Romeo, we're just taking that right turn here. Actually, I think this is technically Zulu. There's a one that I forgot to announce. So real quick, we're going to hold short of the runway. We're going to do a before takeoff check. And then we're just going to look at that departure one more time and confirm that we're going to do the right thing. So, no part of the aircraft should cross here. Let's turn on that parking brake just for now. I don't know what light is turned on down there, but that's so weird. Alright, so we don't need the airport diagram anymore. We'll pull up the Newark 5, runway 22 right here, and just confirm. Come on. Why does it keep... What are you doing? There we go. A little bit of a glitch in moving the chart. So yeah, it wants us to take off, and then it has us on a heading of 190, and then when we're 2.3 from India, Lima, Sierra, Quebec, which is, what is that? Oh, it's the localizer for 22 left. So once we're 2.3 DME from that, we're making our turn back to 220. So just to make sure that I have that loaded in, let's go to the radios here. So I got 108.4, and it should be 7. So let's go back down here. 108.7. Come on. This drop-down menu is not optimized in my opinion. So we're going to do 108.7 here. DME. Okay. And you know what we could do is we could go to fix here and go to, what is it? ILSQ. ILSQ. Radial, we just want distance, so 2.3. There we go. Excellent. Good enough for me. Alright, cool. So, what we'll do is we'll reduce the range by a lot on our map. And so when we take off, we're making a left turn to 190, and then we're keeping our heading of 190 until we hit this ring, because that's the 2.3 DME from the 22 left localizer, and that's when it wants us back on a 220 heading. And then after following that heading for a while, we'll just give ourselves direct to our first waypoint, and we should be good to go. Alright. So before takeoff checklist, lights and strobes are coming on, and the fuel cross flow is going to go to manual. So beacons on, strobes are on. I hope I left all of the lights on even though we finished crossing a runway. That's fine. Flight attendants are advised. Transponder and TCAS is on and set. We're good there. Radar and terrain display and CAS. Double check here. We'll box the stat page now that I turned the manual cross flow. Sweet. And we are ready to take off. Alright. Sweet. Newark oh, and my radios are totally not on frequency. What is happening right now? Like, it totally switched me to a weird random frequency. This is not going to be ideal if Toronto Center is online and my plane just keeps like switching frequencies. Oh, Cleveland Center is online. That's good to know. Alright. Newark traffic, Jazz 8879 is taking runway 22 right, departing via Newark 5, departing the area northbound Newark. Okay, so we're doing the Newark 5. Clearing left, clearing right, clear to enter. We made our call. We have a flex temp and everything loaded, so that's good. we're taking runway 22 left. Or 22 right. So we're going to be facing that way quite a bit. We don't want to be on runway 29er though, that would be a mistake. Oh, do these runways like intersect each other? Oh. At the worst like place possible. Oh, you know what? I got rid of the airport diagram, so I actually wouldn't know. But it looks like we're lining up for 22 left. Yep, 22 left. Heading indicator confirms. Sweet. So we're going to do engines to 60% for the stabilization. Okay. Engine stable and toga. Oh, you know what? We forgot to put the throttle into toga mode. There we go. Or not the throttle, the airplane, but you know what I meant. Alright, V1. Oh, you know what? I never set my V speeds. Ugh. I'm usually good at that too. And about 130 is usually where it sits. Let's get that nose up. There it is. Nice easy roast. Whoop, not too fast now. Okay. Alright, positive brake, gear up. And we're going to make that climbing left turn to 190. I'm curious why that exists. I don't see any obstacles or anything, so whatever. Okay, we'll go up a notch of flaps. And up 2. Flaps retracted. And again, we're heading 190. Hope we actually already crossed the ring. So we can turn back to 220. And we're going to be maintaining 2,500 for a second here until I can get everything stabilized. Alright, so heading mode's going to come on. We're going to, real quick, climb just a little more to get up to 2,500. Right about there. Okay. We're going to go altitude mode, and we're going to engage the autopilot. Like so. Make sure we stay under 250. And then no ATC online, so what we'll do is we're going to put the speed up to 250. Preset that. Okay. Go to the FMC, direct to Gale. Execute that. And then turn on nav mode and speed mode. Oh, you know what? Totally screwed that up. Climb 250 and our altitude should be up to cruise, which is 370. Or 360, sorry. Maybe it won't. There we go. Oh, you know what? It might help if I put my throttle levers to climb. Duh. Okay. But why, oh why, is it not showing me direct to Gale? There we go. A little bit disastrous, but we figured it out. Alright, we're about 15 miles from the airport, so we're going to the en route Unicom frequency.
November 1-2 automated weather observation, 0100 Zulu. Wind calm.
Oh,
Visibility
that's...
10. Sky condition, ceiling 9600 broken.
No.
Temperature, 7C dew point, 5C. Altimeter 2982.
I'll get rid of that. What is this plane doing? Why can it not go direct to the waypoint that I'm trying to get it to go to? You know what? Let's just put it in heading mode for a second here. How do I get this off of there? Oh, you know what? This has nothing to do with the actual dialogue. How do I get rid of this? I would have to go to my actual sim settings, wouldn't I? That is actually terrible. Alright, let's see if it'll direct to Gale from here. Nope, it still won't do it. Okay, so let's take this fix. Let's delete it. Okay, I want that out of the picture, which now it is. Let's go direct Gale. And it's still, let's see if it goes direct. Okay, now it does. Cool. Alright, we're at 10,000 feet. We'll notify the flight attendants. With the smoking sign, yep. There we go. Oops. Where's our temperature up here? Oh, it's below freezing and we're going into visible moisture. So, ignition to continuous. Cowl anti-ice is going on. Flight plan is finally looking good. We'll go up to 290 knots on the climb. Now that we're above 10,000. Just doing it slowly so the plane doesn't make any aggressive maneuvers. Oh, you know what? Yep, now it's time for an actual climb check now that I've dealt with everything that's been happening. Fuel cross flow is going back to auto. Good. Bleeds and AP are set. Thrust reversers are off. Off and off. Cool. And the CAS is checked and we're looking good there. Alright, cool. Hey, what's going on? Kevin, how we doing, huh? Oh my goodness. I think that this is gonna drive me crazy. Is there any way to... what if I do this? If I actually just pull this? Is it just going to shut off entirely? No, it's not. It's still going to keep popping up. No. Oh. So check this, Kevin. There are some airports out there that the weather, like the AWOS and everything, is actually also on their CTAF frequency. And there's a lot of airports whose CTAF frequencies are 122.8. So what they do is there's like this crazy box at these airports that controls like what it does to the frequency. If you mic click, I want to say it's like 6 times or something like that, you can hear the AWOS on the CTAF frequency. We're on 122.8, but this simulator doesn't know that I have to mic click a certain number of times to get that weather report. So all it does is when I tune into 122.8, now I'm just constantly getting weather for airports whose CTAF and AWOS are both 122.8. And so now I'm getting this constant strip on the bottom here, and I can't really get rid of it until I land in Toronto because I'm on VATSIM. So this drop-down menu up top has been getting in my way a lot, and this right here, this is going to get in my way a lot too. 18,000 feet, so we're going standard on the altimeter. It's been good times over here. Great times even. But we did manage to finally get direct to Gale, which is good. After numerous attempts. Whichever plugin that the bar is attached to, is there a setting in it to turn it off? Are you talking about specifically the subtitles right here? Is this what you're talking about, or what are you talking about? Yes, subtitles. So it's I have to go, I would have to pause the sim and try and find it somewhere in like the actual game settings. But since I'm on VATSIM and I already took off, I can't pause because yeah, dude, it's I honestly wasn't expecting this to happen, and it's so annoying to see. Ugh. Oh, man. Hopefully when I get, like, high up into the cruise, the flight levels, it'll just go away because I won't be able to receive those reports anymore. That would be the dream. Oh, you know what? We are above the clouds, no more visible moisture, so engine anti-ice is coming off. Continuous ignition is coming off. And we can go ahead and box the stat page. Good, we're boxed. Do a Monty Python and the Holy Grail style intermission while you figure it out. Yeah, I wish I had like skits or something I could post on there. a video of me getting chased around by a very deadly rabbit. Now it's picking up a different airport on the same frequency. No. Is this going to happen my entire flight? How many of these airports are like this? Because as far as I always knew, there wasn't really a lot of airports that were doing that style of AWAS. We have quite an erratic track out of Newark, thanks to the autopilot not knowing how to direct to a waypoint. I guess next time if I have to direct to a waypoint that's anything beyond 90-degree turn, I'm just going to throw it into heading mode and then direct to after that. But now we're looking a little more straight on. Well, almost. Looks like it's struggling to intercept the track over here. Luckily for us, we do have Cleveland Center online, and so frequency is 119er, 875, so I'll tune that in. $70 years later, 875. Cool. So that's on standby. And hopefully when I tune to Cleveland Center, well, when I know for a fact when I tune to Cleveland Center, I'm going to stop getting these crazy, erroneous readings. Because, like, yeah, it's on 1228. That is ridiculous. This is just crazy to me. What did I have my VNAV set to? Might help if I pull that up. First things first. VNAV should be on the second screen over here. There we go. Put VNAV here, Mach 0.77. Yep, that makes about sense. Okay. What? No, it was getting ATIS for an actual, like, kilo coded airport? is happening right now? Alright, Kevin and Toasty, are you both still with me? Who is all with me? Make it known in the chat. Oh, you know what I just realized? My overlay is not communicating with the simulator. Oh, brother. Alright. In that case, do we just get rid of the stuff that isn't working? Might as well. Tosie's present, Kevin's present. Alright, boys. So, I'm starting a poll. And the return trip, I want your opinion. Alright, we started a poll. Let's get those votes in, because I'm not super convinced I want to continue for the second flight. Okay. Interesting. Interesting, interesting. Alright, yeah, that's very helpful. Do we have a third viewer on it? How many people are watching? I need another vote up in here. Oh, you know what? I forgot to flip this to Mach speed. And I wanted at 0.77. So I think I know who is the one who wants me to stay on 24. Who's in front of me? We got... I already forgot what airline that is. Canadian Express. In front of us, crossing from our right to left here. Oh. I don't know, man. I gotta kind of get off of VATSIM though to get rid of this ATIS that keeps, or the AWAS that keeps popping up down here. Voted 24 indeed. And here's the thing: is 24 looks so good. It's just like actually like trying to work the sim is what's really just blowing my mind right now. Don't have a particularly wildly long cruise. So. Alright, I'm curious. Kevin, why did you vote for 24? Why should I stay here? Nope, I want that at 0.77. Why did I go back to 7.8? Saves you from having to load into 2020, plus it looks better. I'm sure 2020 runs better anyway. Yeah, I don't know, man. 2024 looks really great, and if everything worked how it should, it would be such a good sim, but I'm running into just so many, like, annoying, like, inconvenient problems. Oh, did we finally get rid of the spontaneous AWASs that were popping up? Sweet. It only took 1,000 feet to cruise before that went away. But yeah, anyway. Looks great, and it would be so actually amazing. But just running into some very crazy, inconvenient things. Like, I think the thing that bothers me the most is just that when I change my settings on a sim session and then I go back, you know, later on to fly the same plane, my settings did not save and I have to redo them all. It's just frustrating. But alright, we're just about at cruise altitude. It doesn't seem to be very bumpy at all, so Passengers may remove their seatbelts and walk freely about the cabin for now. We are going to walk the throttles back to, we're looking for a fuel flow of about 1800, somewhere around there. Usually just above 1800 will keep your speed consistent. So we got a fuel flow of 1840. Still kind of speeding up a little bit. My throttle was just going haywire if you guys heard that. Okay, let's try 1810. 1805. 1800 on the dot. Alright, well, we're currently at cruise, flight level 360. Top of descent's already coming up in about 80 miles. So we'll be dealing with that relatively shortly here. Cleveland Center is online, and we are about to enter in their territory in any second now. So just before he calls me, just gonna sit back, decide what I want to try and do for the flight on the way back to Newark. And yeah, definitely need to walk back some throttle. Alright, so sit tight, I'll be right back. Yeah. Yep, there it is. Cleveland Center, good evening. Jazz 8879, flight level 360.
Okay, 2 minutes airline. One at a time, please.
It's Delta 1022 Heavy, checking in 400.
Alright, Delta 1022, Cleveland Center, radar contact, welcome. And somebody else?
Cleveland Center, hello, Delta 2643, 380.
Delta 2643, Cleveland Center, welcome.
Cleveland Center, New England 1914. Did we miss a handoff by chance?
Affirm, New England 1914, contact Washington Center 133.72, good day.
Washington Center, New England 1914, good night.
Good night. Air Canada 8846, you can fly heading of 270. Descend and maintain 4,000, vectors to the ILS, runway 2 and left.
That was right, 270, and then what was the altitude? 4,000, if I'm not mistaken, Air Canada 8846?
Affirm.
So right, 270 and 4,000, Air Canada 8846.
Correct. Jazz 8879, Cleveland Center. Jazz 8879, Cleveland Center, radar contact, welcome. Cross Wozie at maintain 17,000, the Buffalo area altimeter 2965.
Alright, 2965, cross Wozie at maintain 17,000, Jazz 8879. Alright, so apparently he didn't hear us on our initial call, which is something, but no problem at all. Alright, so let's get 17,000 loaded here on the altitude bug, because top of descent is coming shortly. Oh, I'm way too far down. One 7,000. We can go to our FMC, and they want 7,000.
Cleveland Center, Delta 19, I don't know if I ever got cleared to land to right.
Delta 1018, affirmative, runway 22 right, clear to land.
Direct clear to land, Delta 19.
So our top of descent got pushed a little bit forward, so that's coming actually really soon. So we'll come up top here. I guess the passengers have to already put their seatbelts back on. Oh, and you know what? Causes me to have to... that's stupid. Box the stat page. There we go. Looking good there. Alright. So at our top of descent, looking over here on the right side, it's coming up in about 13 nautical miles. We're going to want to descend at about 1,600 feet per minute, and that should put us at Wozy at 17,000, ideally.
And can expect 673 across Grace at maintain 1010,000 with Pittsburgh altimeter 2985.
Great. What? 12,000 you said, that's it?
Grace at 1010,000.
Roger, great, that's 10,000.
Sped up quite a bit there, didn't mean to. Alright, so right before we start our descent, Toronto Center is on the line, which is 125775, so we'll get that on standby. Let's go ahead, vertical descent, vertical speed mode. We're going to do 1,600 feet per minute, and we're going to try to maintain
Delta 9536,
Mach
Cleveland Center, are you able
0.77.
to receive voice?
Oh, and you know what, Toronto Center actually just logged off as soon as I got them on standby.
T40, maintain 4,000 till depth, cleared ILS, runway 21 left approach.
What was that for Air Canada 8846?
Canada 8846, affirmative, you can turn left heading of 190. You're 10 miles from Nesby, cleared ILS, runway 21 left approach.
So 2965.
Left 190, maintain 4,000 to established, and you gave me the 2-1 right approach?
Negative, cleared ILS, runway 21 left.
2-1 left, received. Thank you.
Oh, so now it's saying more 2,200, so we're going to have to pull back a lot of throttle
Cleveland
here.
Center, Delta 19, taxi.
There we go, now we're looking a little more on course there. Come to our EFB here. We got our descent check, landing elevation is set, fuel.
Alpha
We'll double
Quebec,
check here.
parking,
5805, plenty good. TCAS is set, radar is fine, we don't need it. CAS is checked, yep, good. Still
and Delta
boxed.
9536, cleared to
Yep, still boxed, good. Landing data is set, approach briefing. We are doing
climb to maintain 3,000.
lose the
Expect
2-3 right
flight level
approach.
3401 is not fast departure. Departure frequency be with Newark 19.875, squawk 4173.
Alright, and since we're in a descent, and I do see clouds below us,
American,
icing is
1912,
definitely going to be a thing.
Tuesday, 1 run like 2
Continuous
today.
ignition, cowl,
Like
anti-ice is on, good.
American 1912, affirmative, you can expect it.
Oops. And what runway did I choose here? 2-4 right, that's what it was. Let's go ahead and get this arrival going for us here. Got a star, we're doing the 3.
American 1912, cross Budger at 6,000, cleared ILS,
Ling
24.
3, 2-4 right. Even an option? Oh yeah, it is, okay. I was so lost for a second here. Okay.
Hey, Canada 8846, and not to go around. We didn't establish ourselves on the ILS on time.
Canada 8846, Roger,
Alright,
maintain
so
4,000, turn right heading up 130.
crossing Woolsey
Right,
at
hand turn,
17,000,
130,
and then we got to be between 1,000 and 3,000 by the time we cross over Youth, and at 250 knots. We're picking up speed a little bit here.
Canada 8846, do you have the airport in sight?
Hey,
We're doing
firm.
alright.
We're right
Keep
above
it where it is for
2-1
now.
left right now.
Canada 8846, Roger.
And 8,000 and 210 by Bimpo, and
plot pattern.
we might just do the visual for ourselves into runway 24 right. I don't know if I feel like messing with the
Receive,
ILS
so that
right
was
now.
continue the right hand turn, then
I mean, it's nighttime, it's
come
always
back
good to have
on
a
to the pattern
backup,
for
so
2-1 left.
actually it's a CRJ, it's auto-loaded for us, so I don't have to do
Canada
everything I have to do in
8846,
the
firm,
Boeing.
fly out right traffic, and you can runway 2 and left, clear to land Metro, winds 26010.
Receive, clear land. That was 2-1 left again, right? Just to make sure.
Firm, runway 2 and left, clear to land.
Receive, clear land, 2-1 left, thank you. Air Canada 8846.
Student Center, Pretos 167 with you, 340.
Sinker heading as well.
FedEx Post 46, Cleveland Center, radar contact 1.
Let's go ahead and box the stat page. I hate that drop down menu, man. It's not in the greatest spot. You know, it should only...
Center, Pretos 16 heavy, right before we got on your radar. We needed to step away real quick for 5 minutes, if possible.
FedEx Post 46, that's pretty much requested, just report back.
Thank you, sir. We'll call back.
And when we cross over Woolsey... I don't know if Cleveland Center is going to give us a descent clearance or not, but I do know that we want to be Youth at 250 knots. So we could keep the speed above that all the way up to Youth. So decrease the range here on the MFD. Looks like we're going to be passing the Niagara Falls Airport on our way there. But the cloud cover is probably going to be in the way of the falls themselves, which I think in this sim are broken anyway, so you're not getting much of a view.
Delta 95, 36, push start for pop scratching into coverage taxi. And American 778, 10 for you, push start for pop scratching into coverage taxi.
Staying on all 24. Yeah, I think I'm going to. Just to see what happens, see how it behaves. I guess it's not terribly tragic.
Delta 1022, say Mach.
So I'll just keep it on 24. We'll see what Toronto looks like in this sim. Why not? Check it out.
Delta test 102 heavy Roger, maintain Mach 0.87.
I like the lighting all underneath the clouds here.
Delta 2643, say Mach.
76.
We're going to be passing right over the Buffalo Airport.
Roger, maintain Mach 0.80 or less.
Roger.
So we're crossing over the Buffalo Airport, which Wozy is pretty much right on top of. And then Niagara Falls is along the path there as well.
Me and him talked about it before we came over the frequency. I knew he was going to go faster than me anyway.
Yeah, I figured, but it's just kind of standard practice for fighting against speeds anyways. But I used to be cruising. I don't know if I've seen
looks compared. Yeah, me too.
Before.
We'll see.
When, you know, he's only going, 2.5 hours down the line. Correct. A bunch of fat Georgians on my plane.
Oh my goodness. Oh, what is happening? All right. All right, flight level, or I'm sorry, 17,000 is coming up very shortly here. And we'll hit it up just on time for Wozy. And we'll actually turn this back on since we are in final
8879, Toronto Center's offline, or this is terminated, change of ice crew. Have a good one.
Over to advisory, Jazz 8879. Have a great night.
Have a good one.
Sweet.
American 1912, Cleveland winds on.
Alright. So we're going to 1228 for now. And yeah, Toronto signed off on me and everything, so real quick, what I think I'm going to do is .ctaf CYYZ. And it's going to be 118.7, so let's get that on standby. Let's not lose too much speed as we're level here. Alright, so that's Wozy at 17,000. Our next step down is going to be 11,000, and it looks about a 900 foot per minute descent. Maybe a little more once we actually get it going. So let's go ahead, go back into vertical speed mode. We'll hit that 900 to start off with and then see what it says. That is actually the Niagara Falls Airport straight ahead of us right there, off to the right a little bit. So we'll maintain a nice solid 280 knots right here. I feel like that's a pretty standard descent rate, and my VNAV has me descending at like 253 knots, but for where we are in this arrival, that's way too slow. I'm not going to be doing that. Hey Toasty, you want an external view while I pass over the falls, see if it's visible? Oh yeah, that's what I thought. Alright, let's see it. Oh, would you look at that? That's interesting. So, well, you know what? I'm looking at the, I think that's the Toronto airport. But look at that. It's got the little, not little, but that tower is there. And the falls are here. It's not rendering very well at far distances, but there's the falls right there. There's a Rainbow Bridge. Doesn't look super good. Where's the airport then? Am I passing over the airport right now? Not me trying to find it in the external view. Oh, it's under a cloud. Yeah, we're not going to be able to see it, but I mean, those are the falls. That's the buildings. Oh, the whole city's right there. Why does it look white, like it got snowed on? That has to be a mistake. Oh well. There you go. There's an overhead view of Niagara Falls in Flight Sim 2024. Alright, so once we level off at 1000, we are going to slow down to 250 knots, because that's where we want to be at youth. Gonna keep at 280 knots-ish for now. Toasty, I will say that the falls are very broken in this sim. There is something very wrong with them. They ain't right. So for the beginning of the ILS here, I'm just curious what altitude it's going to want me at. So vectors 3000 for Abdal. So okay. So if that's the case, oops. Hope that didn't do anything. Do we have a minimum en route altitude here? No, not really. It doesn't say. So give us a minimum safe at least? Safe altitude within 100 nautical miles is 4,900, so we could descend down to 5,000 once we're on this segment right here to get down, because we got to be at 3,000 by the time we start intercepting this ILS. I mean, we should be able to do a visual, but we're always going to keep a backup just in case. You'd think they wouldn't fix that stuff. Thought that would be the whole point of the new game. What's the point of using Google GPS for telemetry when my phone looks better than the game? Yeah, that's the thing though, is they're not even using Google Maps. They're using Bing Maps because it's tied to Microsoft. So that in itself is not just probably low quality, but it's out of date. And yeah, I mean, this game's been out for almost a year, dude. And I mean, Niagara Falls was one of those things that was like handcrafted and fixed in 2020 because it looked like garbage, like default. So I don't know. This game is kind of a tough sell still, to be honest with you, but it's getting better and they're fixing some things, but in my opinion it's not the right things, at least not right now. We talked about using Google, so that never happened. Yeah, as far as I know, it's still Bing. Good old Bing Maps. Maybe I'm wrong? Alright, so 1,000 we're maintaining here. Our next step down is 8,000. And we'll hit that in just a second here. Alright, so should be about 1,000 feet per minute is what it's telling me. On the right screen over here. Alright, guys probably can't see it. The right screen over here. Descent 1,000 to Bimpo. Bimpo is what it's trying to say. Probably going to need a faster descent rate. It looks like we're not going to level off in time over here. We'll choke that throttle back as well. Curious what airport I was looking at that wasn't Niagara Falls and clearly also wasn't Toronto. So we want about 250 knots, and we're gonna descend just a little bit more because I want to be 110 knots at Bimpo, and so 210 knots at 8,000. Or is that net or above? I think it's at or above. No, it's at 8,000. Yep. Okay. Alright, I'm going to throttle to idle because we want to start slowing down to about 210. Which the aircraft should have no problem doing. Then we'll stay at 8,000 until we cross Verco over here, and then once we cross Verco, we'll begin a descent down to 5,000. Could even do 4,900, but we'll just make it an even 5 for the sake of ease. Now let's go ahead and deploy flight spoilers because we want to get down to 210 knots. A little late for the speed, but not terrible. Alright, so we'll maintain 210 knots from here, and then as long as we have no further speed restrictions, which we don't, we'll keep it there for the time being. But Toasty, I do know that someone made a mod where you could use Google Maps. Can't remember. I think that was also for 2024. Maybe it was just for 2020, but you could make it that way. Alright, so we'll bring it down to 5,000 feet now. We'll just get a nice steady descent rate going here, nothing too crazy. We can do about 1,200 feet per minute, why not? Oops, walk that throttle back. We still want to be at 210. Use the speed brakes to help us get back to 210. we're starting to get into our landing phase. Get the spoilers off. Make sure we stay at about 210. Switch over to Toronto CTAF. And we'll check good old VATSIM radar, see if anyone else is in the area. They're not. We're looking pretty good right now. Okay, it's good to know. 1,000 feet to go before 5,000. So as soon as we hit 5,000, gonna walk up some throttle so we can maintain our speed. .210 is good for now. And we are below the clouds, so let's go ahead and get that anti-ice off. And after we cross Dunal here, we'll vector ourselves for a 30-degree intercept. Actually, I'll set up for that right about now. Trying to get the approximate setting here. So yeah, 270, I like that heading a lot. We'll go down to 3,000. And let's do it. Heading mode, vertical speed. We'll go down about 1,000 feet per minute. And this is going to be our intercept heading for the localizer. And we'll stay at 210 knots just so we're not dragging our feet and coming in really, really slow. And since we are in heading mode, I'm going to go ahead and flip the nav source to localizer here. go ahead and arm the approach. Coming up on 3,000. What a wildly early turn to intercept. Okay, 200 knots is fine about here. We'll go ahead and drop the slats. Autopilot's doing a little bit of oscillation on the pitch here. Alright, so we'll go to about 180 right here. Toronto traffic, Jazz 8879 is crossing over Abdal, ILS 24 right, Toronto. Right on. Alright, flaps 8, glide slope is starting to come in. Aircraft really wanted the balloon up there, huh? Should probably actually look at what our VREF speed is going to be. Looking at 144, okay. So he's about 149. Alright, we're intercepting the glide slope so the gear can come down. Alright, we have 3 greens. About 170 knots here. A little bit of oscillation coming from the aircraft, but whatever. Alright, flaps 20. We'll go down to 160. And flaps 30. Toronto traffic, Jazz 8879, 5 mile final, runway 24 right, Toronto. Okay, so we're keeping it about 150. 149, I should say. We're going to need a little more throttle up in there. Don't know what that shuddering of the screen was, but alright. Toronto traffic, Jazz 8879, 3 mile final, runway 24 right, Toronto. Alright, final call. Actually didn't even check what the winds were. 17, 270 at 17 right here. A little bit from the right side, nothing too crazy. Let's make sure we get that throttle back in. Speed was dipping on us just a little bit. Okay. Good, about 150 right there. Okay, no autopilot sounds, but it did disconnect. That's good. Just keep it nice and steady. Wind's coming a little bit from the right side, so we'll correct left. Don't want to lose too much speed.
200. Safe rate.
What?
100. Safe rate.
Oh my goodness.
50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
Ooh, 96 feet per minute. That's pretty good. Alright, right aileron into the wind. Use the center line here. I might... Okay, my reversers are not mapped, it seems, so that sucks. Flight spoiler... So the ground spoiler is deployed. That's good. Alright. Well, that landing was actually pretty solid, so that's good. Go ahead and stow the spoilers. Only thing is, the reverse thrust was not there. So before we shut down at the gate, I'm going to test that so we don't have that same issue on our next flight. Airport... Alright, coming up top here, APU is going to come on. Oops, come on. Nope. Ugh! I knew that was just about to happen. Goodness. Alright, APU door is open, so we'll turn the APU on. And we'll quick check the diagram here. Okay. Which gate are we going to? We're going to gate Foxtrot 87. Foxtrot 87, which is Terminal 1. So I thought, oh yeah, Terminal 1. Alright. So we're going right here. Oh, there's a construction area, nice. Fun. Alright. Toronto traffic, Jazz 8879 is clear of 24 right on Charlie 4, taking Charlie Delta Quebec to Terminal 1. Toronto. We should take Delta Tango. Make that a correction. Jazz 8879 taking Charlie Delta Tango to Terminal 1, Toronto. Okay. There we go. Oops. I'm not really sure what I'm doing anymore. I'm trying to get off of views and I always forget what the settings are. Thank you very much, Kevin. I appreciate the enthusiasm. Alright, we're gonna do flaps up as we continue our taxi. Something I totally forgot to do was turn on my landing lights. That's a rookie mistake. Okay, we're clear of the runway. Strobes are coming off. That drop down bar is going to drive me insane. Okay, so we're turning right here and then it's going to be a hard right. Yeah, over there. Okay, flaps are all up. Once we get straightened out here, we'll do an after landing check. Before landing, yep. Oh, you know what it was? The reversers weren't armed. Oh my goodness. Today ain't it, huh? APU's on, transponders on, flaps are 0, lights are set, probes can go off. Alright. Wow. That's actually embarrassing. So I guess I don't have to recheck the reverse thrust. Oh, what the... Maybe I do. Just turn them on. Okay. Okay. Yep, they do work just fine. Wow. Just when I thought I had everything. Alright, so we're going to Delta Tango, which is about 3 left turns ahead. So we'll skip this first one, skip the next one. And then we'll verify that the third one is the one we want. Oh, you know what? We don't want Delta Tango. We do want Delta something. Yeah, we do want Delta Quebec. Alright. I'm not even going to announce it because that's just embarrassment after embarrassment for me. See, when I'm in a sim I know, I don't have these issues. So Delta Quebec is this next turn, so we are going to take Delta Quebec because we want the other side of the terminal than I was anticipating.
Toronto traffic, Air Canada's 464 is taxiing for departure, runway 4 right. We're taxiing Bravo and Delta.
Nice, nice. Alright, so this is the terminal that I'm going to, and it actually doesn't even look like there's a jet bridge at the gate that I want to park at. Spectacular. Like, actually astonishing. Alright guys, what do? Do I reload into this sim in an attempt to make sure it's stable, so like start a whole new flight, or do I try and fly from a turnaround state and see if the sim can handle it? Y'all let me know. So there's no jet bridges at the terminal or at the gate that I was assigned to, so we're just kind of... Yes. Yes to which option? Am I loading a new flight, or am I seeing if the sim can handle me just staying here and doing a whole nother flight plan from a turnaround state? Okay, there's some kind of taxiway thing here. Not sure if this is Foxtrot 87, but it'll do. It'll do. A little bit closer, and we'll stop right about there. Why not? Alright. Parking brakes on, dome light's going to come on, and we are going to shut down both engines. Come on. Alright, there we go. Fuel pumps are coming off, seatbelt signs are coming off as well. There we go. Alright, coming to the checklist here. We're going shutdown check, parking brakes on, seatbelts are off, thrust levers are shut off, and I did turn off the reversers, right? Yep, there we go. Anti-ice, make sure all that is off, which it is. Alright, fuel pumps are off, beacon is coming off as well, and nose wheel steering is off, and we are in a turnaround state. Alright, so let's figure this out. Oh, you know what? Gotta let the passengers off. So we're gonna set the chocks, and it seems like we don't have a jetway, so I guess they're just walking freely on the ramp to the building over here. See how I did on the parking job. Probably not great, but, you know, did with what I could. Oh, pfft. Gotta turn those freaking landing lights off. Boy, am I really on it today. Alright, what do we got? So, nose wheel's right on the line. That's good. Oh. That is actually significantly better than I thought it was going to be. Maybe we're just ever so slightly off center, but wow, okay. Whichever is easier, you could reload it and it'll work, but if you stay and it doesn't work, that'll be more entertaining. Oh yeah, you just love your chaos, don't you, brother? Alright, so what happens if I exit the aircraft in this state? Ooh, look at that. For some reason, I can't walk forward. Am I stuck inside the building? Can I not do... What the... I'm almost never on it. Oh my goodness, I am stuck inside of the airport building here because it spawned my walk around. Wait, can I get around it? Can I glitch out of it here? My walk around... Wow. So I can't even properly walk around. Alright. Oh my goodness. Wow. Alright, so that was an entertaining flight just to say the least. Mr. Kevin here wants to see chaos, so it looks like I'm not going to reload the flight. We're just going to load up from here and go back to Newark and see if the sim can handle it. So yeah, that was fun. Definitely have some interesting quirks with 2024. We did get a landing rate of 96, which is pretty buttery. Got that sink rate warning just before touchdown, and I'm not really sure why it didn't feel like that rapid of a descent, but whatever. We got a 96. We were in the touchdown zone. We didn't hit anything, so I don't care. Sweet. Anyway, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to file this flight plan and get everything ready to go for our return to Newark. And then we'll make the return flight. So bear with me. I will be right back. And we'll be on the move. Alright, we're back. So, the flight plan is filed, everything is all good. The only thing is because we're taking off out of Canada, we didn't get an auto ATC, so our squawk code is going to be 2000. Auto ATC does seem to be only a US thing for VATSIM, at least for right now. But Cleveland Center is still online, so something tells me we'll get a squawk code as soon as we get back into the States, which isn't too far away. So yeah, we're back into it. Let's see how this thing performs in a turnaround state. Knowing the 2024 sim, I'm a little scared, but let's find out. What do they say? Screw around and find out. I say that in the least derogatory way possible. Alright, so we're stuck in the actual airport, so I can't do just a quick walk around, so we're just going to go back in the aircraft like so, check on everything. We're going to run our flows real quick. Make sure everything up here looks good. Battery master's on. Cool, cool, cool. Lights are where we want them to be. Everything's in the correct position. First thing we're going to do is we're going to take the cabin pressurization, the landing elevation, and set that to 20. Because Newark is at a whopping 16 feet above sea level. Frick around. Yes, frick around indeed. So you got the right idea. Alright, so the window heats are still on because we're in a turnaround state. Probe heats are fine right there. Seatbelt signs will turn on once again as we load passengers. Just verify that everything right down here is in the same position. We'll do the thrust reversers in the arm position. Good. Sweet. Come down here. We'll change our squawk code. We're going back to 2000 because that's the standard IFR code if we don't get assigned one. So 2000 looks good to me. And then I have to change it on here as well, otherwise ATC doesn't see what I see. Cool, so 2000 sick. We are still in mode C, standby mode, good. Stab trim is still on. IRSs are aligned. Looks good there. Yaw damper's still on. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Come out of here real quick. First thing we're going to do is come to the side here. And first, let's go ahead and import our new flight plan. Good. We're going to set the payload and fuel. It does look different, and make sure it matches the OFP. Block fuel 9620. Yep, there we go. So that looks good for now. Nose wheel steering is off. Let's switch the nav source back to FMS. Good. Altimeter, we'll give a good check here. Still 2963. Alright, good. One thing I am going to do before I forget is set the V-speed. So, VT, we're looking at 207. Okay, V1 is 148. VR is also 148. And V2 is 158. Look at that. Cool, V-speeds are set. Forgot to do that last time, so oops, shame on me. Trim value, trim should be 6.7, so let's bring that back up. Good, alright. Just so I don't forget that either. So the flight plan's here, we set payload and fuel, good. So now we'll just come down to the FMS here and start ourselves a new flight plan. We do already have The IRS is aligned and our position data put into place, so we just have to plug in our route and new performance. So we're taking off from Toronto. We're going back to Newark. Our alternate is going to be Philadelphia. Come on. PHL, there we go. And our flight number, we are Jazz, where is it? There we go. 8876. Okay, execute that. And then we'll go to our departures. We are doing the Kepta 3 to Bumpa, I believe that is. Let's see. SimBrief has us taking off from runway 23, so I guess we'll do runway 23 for the departure. Bumpa, there we go. Execute. And from there, Bumpa, I don't know where the discontinuity is, but we're going to find out in a little bit. So direct to Avon. So Alpha, Echo, Victor, Oscar, November. Okay. Then from there, direct to Geneseo VOR, Golf Echo Echo. And then that's actually to transition into our arrival. So let's execute that. And our arrival is going to be the Flozy 4. What? Oh, brother. Okay. This is up to date, right? Latest navigation database is installed. Flozy 4. Oh, wait a minute. Could it be because I'm not even looking at Newark? Oh my goodness. Alright, what is our expected arrival runway? Arrival airport 22 left. So we'll do the ILS 22 left and the Geneseo transition. Okay, we'll execute that. Now let's go to our legs page. And we'll get rid of that discontinuity. And get rid of that discontinuity. Alright, and our route is set up. Good. So we'll go to flight plan and we'll do perf init. And then we'll just quick plug in our performance numbers for this particular flight. So we have 90 passengers again. So 90 passengers. Cargo, we have 4,500 even. So right there. Fuel, yep, that's about correct. Today we're going up to flight level 270. Oops. So a lot lower than the way there. Because I looked at the real flight plan and I figured 3.6 was pretty high, which it was. So we'll execute that, then real quick go to the next page. ISA deviation is actually going to be minus 0.5. Okay, top of climb lanes 260 at 5.8. Like so. And next page, reserves, we're going to do 38.31. Not a lot, but enough. So we'll execute that. Good, good, good. Alright, VNav, go down to our flight plan here. Just going to verify some numbers. So this will be fine for our climb speed. And then we're looking 311 at 0.77 for cruise. And descent, it wants us to do 303.75. Oh, but it's backwards because this is the descent portion. I actually caught it this time. Okay, there we go. So we'll execute that profile, go to the perf page, and the last thing is we're going to use SimBrief's takeoff tool to tell us what our flex temp is going to be. and it's going to be 39. Like so. Cool. So we got our flight plan, we have our performance, profile, VNAV, all of that stuff, so the FMC looks good. Alright, gonna go to our checklist here. Passenger signs are on. Let's verify that. The seatbelt signs, yep, they're on. Good. Landing elevation is set. Altimeter is set. FMS is checked and set. We're good there. IRSs are aligned and in nav mode. Radios and nav aids are good to go. Takeoff briefing is complete. We're taking off runway 23. We're doing the departure, which let's go ahead and actually look at real quick just to make sure that it's correct. IYZ, we're going to do SID, and what was it again? The Kepta 3, that's what it is. Kepta 3, departing runway 23. So we're going to depart runway 23, which is this one up here. That's a pretty long taxi, but okay. So we're going to take off, and then once we hit 1,100, we're going to turn right heading 245, which we'll confirm here. Unless otherwise assigned by ATC, climb on heading 237 to 1,100. Then climbing right turn heading 245 or as assigned. So ATC is still not online. So we're just going to do runway heading and then a right turn to 245. So why don't we plug that in the autopilot. So heading 245. Just so we know. 245, top altitude is going to be, where is it? Unless otherwise assigned by ATC, maintain 5,000. Alright, so I guess we'll start with 5,000, but I don't know how long I want to stay there for. Okay, so 5,000, we got our heading in there. Everything on the autopilot looks just fine. Cool. So we are ready for pushback, it looks like. So let's go. APU is on. Electrics are all good. Fine there. Doors will go ahead and close. For some reason the chocks got removed. So let's close the door. Remove the chocks. Turn on the beacon. Like so. Fuel pumps in quantity. Quantity looks good. Hydraulic pumps are all on. Let's verify. Yep. And parking brake off, and we'll push back. And for some reason, my frequencies got auto switched on me again, which is honestly baffling. Alright, so 1187, which is Toronto CTAF. Yep, 1187. Just had to confirm. As I should. Alright, so checklist good, good, good. And then, yeah, we can push back and start the engines. Alright, cool. Let's do it. So we're pushing back. We can go a good distance. We'll start with the right engine here. Curious. Okay. So we'll start with the right engine here. We're going to hold the right start for 3 seconds. Good. Oops. We're going to look for N2 to rise, which it does. Then at 20% N2, we'll introduce fuel right there. Push back a little bit further. Oil pressure's rising. ITT is looking good. Everything's in the green. probably end the push here. So set our parking brake real quick. Alright, engine number 2 has a good start. Oh, whoa, what is... Oh, you know what I did forget? The video camera. I don't know what just happened to the screen right there, but that was really interesting. Alright, left engine start. Hold it for 3 seconds. We get the start indication. N2 is rising. Up 20% N2. There we go. Introduce fuel. Alright, oil pressure's rising. Oil temp's in the green. Fuel flow's good. I don't really like that screen flickering that just happened after that right engine start, but hopefully it was just a fluke. Alright, so we got 2 good and stable engine starts, no hot starts, that's good. So the generators are all on auto, the electronics are looking good. We'll double check the engine generators, just make sure nothing is screwing with us. Yep, both generators are indicating a positive charge and they're in the green, sweet. So we'll come down here. Come on. Stat page. Electronics check, bleed valves are all on auto, packs are on, yep, good. APU can come off, the probe heats can come on, and we're looking for the APU door to close, which it does. Anti-ice is on, nose wheel steering, armed, cool. Taxi flaps are going to go to 8. Flight controls, we will check. Oop. Just once more. So right, left, down, up, right rudder, left rudder. Flight controls are free and correct. Okay. And we'll box the stat page. Good. Thrust reversers are armed. Trims are green and it is 6.7. Yep, good. Flight instruments are checked and brake temp. Brake temp is looking good. We're still in the green. Excellent. Alright, before takeoff, now let's go ahead and pull our airport chart. And since we're taking off runway 23, for whatever reason, the sim brief decided to give that to us. I guess we're just going to go with it. Guess we're just going to do an Alpha Mike, Alpha Hotel to Quebec. Interesting. Alright. Good to know. Alright. Toronto traffic, Jazz 8876 is at Terminal 1. We're going to be taxiing Alpha Mike Alpha Hotel Quebec to runway 23, Toronto. Alright, sweet. Good there. Come up here. Let's turn the landing lights and recog lights on for taxi. Get the dome light off so we can see. Parking brake is going to come off, if I can find it, right there. And we are ready to taxi. Alright, you guys ready to rumble or what? I know I'm ready to rumble. See if this can handle 2 flights back to back without reloading. Oh, you know what? Altimeter is 6.3. Kevin, my dude, are you ready to rumble? Oh, and just like that, Cleveland Center's offline. Dang. make this right turn over here. Follow this line coming up. We're not on an official taxiway yet. We're still in the movement area. Okay, so Alpha Mike is going to be a little bit slight. It's going to be a little bit to our right here. Frick yeah, ready for takeoff. Sweet. So far, it seems to be performing alright. Although I will say that screen flickering that occurred after that right engine start was a little scary. But seems to be working okay now. Oh, there's the center line. I was looking for that. Should have a left turn coming right here, which we do. That's Alpha Mike. It'll put us onto Alpha. And Alpha is going to be a right turn, and we're taking Alpha all the way down to Hotel. And we got a bit of a taxi coming up, so let's try and keep that speed up a little bit. Is this taxiway curve, or am I... No, it doesn't curve, I'm just tripping a little bit, alright. Maybe we got a little bit of an uphill taxi here. Curve up here? Oh yeah, it kinda does. Okay. Good to know. So then what does Bravo do? Is it C Street? Yeah, there's a little bit of curve also. So Alpha kinda curves off to our right here. Good thing to be aware of there. Good to know that our takeoff config is good to go. You know, this thing didn't want a taxi at all, like 60 seconds ago, and now it's just trying to haul. Trying to haul booty. Coming up here, any more weird turns we gotta be aware of? It doesn't look like it. Looks like this goes all the way to Hotel. Then is Hotel like the cutoff or what? Yeah, Hotel is the cutoff for this taxiway. Okay. Oh, we got someone up here. We got traffic. Who is it? Someone who is on the incorrect frequency figures. That's about right.
Toronto, Pearson
Oh,
traffic.
there he is.
Rouge 1716 is on our right, downwind for runway 23 at Toronto.
Now he's on the right frequency. Sweet. Taxi speed kind of slowed down a little bit, so let's pick that up just a little. Seems like I don't think that Toronto's handcrafted, so the terrain data at this airport, this is a default Toronto. Terrain data is a little up and down. It's not crazy though. It's not anything like it used to be where there was massive bumps in the taxiway that sent your plane like 800 feet in the air. Fingers crossed. Hopefully I don't run into that after I say it. But we're looking pretty good here. Goodness, excuse me. Right now we're taxiing. This is like an actual taxi here. Alright, hotel is coming up very shortly. And that guy is landing on the runway that I will be lining up for. What do you think? Do we hold short and watch his landing and judge the absolute crap out of it? Alright, hotel is this next right turn. It does seem like these taxiways here at Toronto are labeled correctly, which is really good to see. Something that with default airports that I've seen way too much is incorrectly labeled taxiways. We should. Alright, I'll hold short of the runway and we'll just watch him land.
Toronto, Pearson traffic, Rouge 1716, turning right base, runway 23.
It's quite the extended base there, pal. Oh, well there is clouds like between him and the airport, it looks like. Oh, we are not cleared for takeoff yet. Hold your horses, flight attendants. Flight attendants, please prepare to hold your horses. And then, are we... Oh, it is a displaced threshold. So... Okay. We'll hold right here. Because we'll use the whole runway, because why not? Alright, so we're going to set our parking brake. And we're going to do our before takeoff checklist. So before takeoff, lights and strobes will go on, but we'll do that before we enter the runway so we don't freak this kid out. We're doing manual, cross flow, override. Flight attendants, please be advised, takeoff will be momentary. We'll just wait on landing traffic. Transponder and TCAS is on and set. We're good there. Radar and terrain display we don't need. We're in Toronto. It's relatively flat. CAS, we'll check here. Oops. Oh, what just happened? What did it click on? What did it click on? Nothing. Okay, good. So the CAS is fine, so let's just box the stat page, verify it's boxed. Good. Alright, we're watching this dude's landing, so we'll sit here and wait. Part of me wants to set up a drone camera, but I'm pretty sure the drone camera is broken in this sim, and I don't want it to screw with the plane. Alright, Cap, when he touches down, I want you to give me a 1 out of 10 rating for him. Alright, he overshot final quite a bit. Said he was entering a right base too, and that's not as much of a base as one would think, but nothing crazy. Alright, we're going to go on external view. That's him right over there with his landing light. Alright, Kevin, I need you to hit a number 1 out of 10 as soon as he touches down. Actually curious what our minimum takeoff fuel is. 9120. Oh yeah, we're good.
Toronto, Pearson traffic, cruise 1716, short final runway 23, Pearson.
Alright, here it comes, Kevin. He's landing. He's landing. Oop. I could control the camera. Was he in a 319? Yeah, it's a 319. Oh, oh no. It's a floater. Aw, man. Alright, Kevin, what's your rating? Actually, while I'm waiting on him to depart the runway, I'll get the departure procedure going here. Is he gonna announce clear? Is he down there?
Toronto, Pearson traffic, Rouge. 1716, vacated runway 23 at Hotel 4, will taxi via hotel and cross the 15s at Hotel. Pearson.
Toronto Pearson traffic, Jazz 8876 is taking runway 23, departing southeast via Kepta 3 departure, Toronto Pearson. Sweet. It was going to be like an 8 until he floated, but for the float, 6.7, yeah. Well, I mean, he floated it and then he dropped it, so like he was definitely going too slow. Because he floated it, because he pulled up too hard, and then he pulled up too hard and wound up basically like almost stalling the airplane into that landing. So yeah, not the greatest, but you know, he sounds young, so he's learning. Alright, so we're taking runway 23. We just cleared both directions because we're good pilots. And we're starting on runway heading, and then we're making the right turn to runway 2, or not, sorry, not runway, heading 245 once we hit 1,100 feet. And then we'll stay on that vector for just a second. Still better than what I could do. I don't know, man. You gotta give yourself a little more credit. I mean, you're practicing jets on the longitude, which in this game is notoriously, like, broken. So, I mean, nothing wrong there. Alright, so one thing that we're going to remember to do this time is hit toga mode on our throttles. Line up with the runway here. And we'll advance the throttles to 60%. Engine stable, and we're going to toga. Slight crosswind from the right side, so we're just going to get a little bit of right aileron in there. Airspeed's alive. 80 knots cross check. Everything's looking normal here. Good. Alright, that's V1. Rotate. Nice and easy, so we don't tail strike. Alright, that is a positive rate. Gear up. Keep level. And 1,100. We're going to heading 245. Lower the nose just a little bit to pick up speed. Throttles can go to climb mode. Go ahead and do flaps 1. Pick up some speed. And we'll go flaps up. Alright, we'll do speed and heading mode for now, and we'll engage the autopilot. Oh, we exceeded 245 on the heading. Oh, plane is very wildly trying to maintain a heading I was already pretty much on. That's interesting. Oh, speed can increase to 250. Okay. And we're going to maintain 5,000 for just a second here. We are going to go direct to Saver and flip on nav mode, which I hope this plane does okay with, because it didn't do so hot going direct to the first waypoint out of Newark. Temperatures are starting to get into freezing territory, so let's do engines continuous ignition, and the cowl anti-ice is on. We'll do a climb check, so fuel flow is going to go to auto. Bleeds and APU are fine. Thrust reversers we can shut off. Oops. Going well above 250. Don't want to do that. And let's redirect to Saver just so it's not such an aggressive turn. More than one turn. Toronto Pearson traffic, Jazz 8876 is departing the area to the west-southwest. Toronto Pearson. Cool. Almost forgot which direction I was going, but we managed to figure it out. Right on, so 5,000. Bit of a departure here. And you know what we're gonna do? I'm gonna go ahead and set our altitude bug straight to 27,000, flight level 270. Start a climb at 250. Just as long as we clear traffic. Let's verify there's no traffic in the vicinity. There is not, so we're gonna go straight to our climb. Alright, cool. So we're going to go speed mode and advance the thrust levers to climb. We're going to go 250 knots. We're going to go through the clouds a little bit. And we are now on our departure officially. Alright, so flaps are up, gears up. Looking good on everything else. We're going to go ahead and box the stat page because I did turn on the anti-ice and I'm aware of that. And the continuous ignition for the anti-ice. There we go. Climb right there. Sweet. And then once we get above 10,000, we're going to climb at 290 knots. Right. One thing I am going to do is we are more than 15 nautical miles away from the airport. So now we're going to en route. CTAF, which is 1228. And 1183. We're going to verify. That's the CTAF frequency. Yeah, it is 1183. Alright. Alright, so that's 10,000 feet, so the landing lights are all coming off. Okay. We're going to keep our anti-ice on just for a second because it looks like we're going through more clouds here. So once we really get above it, then we'll shut that off. Speed can go to 290 now. And since there is 0 ATC on for the remainder of this flight as of right now, we will get Newark's CTAF on standby. something crazy is for some reason I didn't get random frequency switches coming out of Toronto. Big old stretch up in there. Wasn't that peculiar? All yellow on the right side. Huh. Serving sandwiches on a 1-hour flight. It's kind of funny how Aerosoft added the co-pilot that's like coughing and sipping coffee and crinkling a newspaper next to you. It's a little bit of a realistic effect. Right on, so flight level 180, we're going to put the altimeters to standard. Like so. And we'll continue our climb, and then once we intercept Mach 0.74, as long as I remember to do so, we're going to switch to Mach speed hold and climb the rest of the way at Mach 0.74, and that should get us to our altitude a little bit quicker. But for now, engine gauges are looking good, everything's looking good. You know, for turning around on a somewhat broken sim, this plane's not behaving too poorly, and I love it. Looks like we do have 2 departures out of Newark. A 737 MAX 2. Interesting. LFPO. they're going to Portugal. Okay. Intriguing. 2 departures out of Newark, and they're going to Portugal. Oh, wow. Nat Flight Service Station is online. Shanwick Radio or Gander Radio. Nice. Oceanic clearance on Nat track. So there's some ATC for those who are crossing the ocean, which is pretty cool. These guys are going to Portugal from Newark. One of them's in an A330, which makes sense. But the 737 MAX is pretty crazy. Oh, that's probably why he's able to do it, is because it's an airport on an island off the coast. Like, way off the coast. Interesting. Right on. Alright, looks like we're over the cloud layer, and I see clear skies ahead of us, so engine ETS is off, and so is the continuous ignition. And what is going on here? It's a good thing I peeked when I did, because it looked like my aircraft stopped maintaining the FMS nav track. That was interesting. But it looks like we're still within our 2-mile allowance for RMP, so that's good. Oh, you know what? I bet you... It was probably when I was messing with this right side over here. I probably shouldn't have done that. Oh well. At least I recognized it and fixed it before I was in the middle of nowhere. Alright, and it does look like we are going to be already starting the arrival pretty soon here, which is crazy to think about. Nope, star, there we go, we're doing the Flozy 4, and it's a long one. And for descent clearance we want 7,000 by crank, and we're just going to give vectors to our approach, which is very interesting. So that might lead to a procedure turn or something of the sorts, which is really cool. We're going to zoom out, see how far our top of descent is, because I imagine it's probably pretty far away. Yeah, it's over 160 miles away. It's kind of funny that we're... Yeah, this arrival is crazy long. I think this is one of the first arrivals I've seen where the beginning of it is like... That's probably a solid 200 miles away from the airport. I mean, there's probably good reason for it, but dang. Alright, so we're coming up on our cruise altitude of flight level 270. So I didn't even need to intercept the Mach 0.74 because we never got there. So we'll cruise at a good Mach 0.77. The area is pretty smooth up here, so I think we will turn the fasten seatbelt signs off. Not a lot of bumps going on there. Okay. Yep. So it's pretty smooth. We'll turn off the fasten seatbelt signs. Let them move about the cabin. We do have a relatively decently long cruise now that we're actually at a normal altitude for the short length of the flight. Alright, well, we are in cruise. So now's the time to move freely about the cabin, stretch your legs, enjoy yourself. Should be in Newark in about, probably about 40 minutes, give or take. Just a very rough estimation. It didn't come from anywhere calculated, so don't take that to the T. But yeah, sit back, relax, enjoy the view, enjoy the flight. Talk about views. The views that I set in this plane didn't save along with the settings, so no wing views or anything like that. Got to figure out why my settings aren't saving. Yeah, so enjoy yourself, and I'll be back. I forgot to check if I could turn that off. Oh no. Dang it. You know what? ATC's not online, and I don't want to look at this anymore, so I think I'm going to go to settings here, and real quick, narration, no. Subtitles off. Alright, I think I took care of it. I did, because that radio noise is that AWAS repeating, which I don't know why I'm still even getting it, because I turned that radio off in particular, but whatever. At the very least, we're not hearing the voice and we're not seeing the subtitles over and over again. Alright, it does look like our top of descent's coming up. Yeah, I'm about just under 80 miles, so we should be getting ready relatively shortly here. Speed's kind of picking up a little bit, so I guess I'll walk like a hairline of throttle out. I gotta say though, for turning right around in a turnaround state without, you know, reloading a whole flight, this plane did pretty good. I was kind of scared. I was wondering if it was going to be too much, trying to do back-to-back flights without backing out, but it is holding up, so that's good. Not enough chaos. Sorry, Kevin. Not enough chaos tonight. Hey, but honestly, though, it's a good sign. It just means that maybe this game is playable. Finally. You just gotta upgrade that PC, dog. I'll give it another go one of these days. If I start loading it tonight, we should be good to play next month. Oh, dude. Oh, you poor bastard. Oh, man. Listen, I'm telling you, if you just get a minor upgrade in your PC, you're going to set yourself so much, like, just in a better position to be able to play the new sim, you know? A lot better loading times. I mean, not even just, like, the hardware that you have, but how old is your PC? Four or 5 years is not terrible, I guess. I don't know, man. Start saving up, get a good build. I mean, my build is what would have been brand spanking new 5 years ago. Yeah, because I got this PC built in 2020, I think, and it was very, was it 2020? Yeah, I think it was in 2020, and at that time, everything that I put in it was like pretty brand spanking new. Like the 2080, I think, was the most recent graphics card. Maybe the 30 series came out just before, perhaps. Right, and just to remind myself what speed, so 0.75, 303 knots for the descent. Okay, makes sense, fair enough. What was it, 7,000 by crank? Yeah, 7,000 by crank. Oh, wait a second. Well, it said expect 7,000 by crank, but I guess... start descending now. It's saying 2100 to get, what does that say? 2000 or above by ZAF P, which I imagine is part of the approach. So we're only 22 left. We're going to want the ILS. No, we just want ILS or localizer, just the normal one. Okay, so we're looking at 219, good. Yeah, it almost looks like we're going to be coming around from the other side, based off the arrival. Let's see. Could kind of find that out. This plane really did not want to turn, didn't it? It kind of way overshot this whole thing. Alright. Fair enough, I guess. So, zoom out. I mean... what are we looking at here? Vectors to ZAV P, but where... Oh my goodness, I clicked on the wrong approach. Oh, it's 22 left, that's what I'm looking for. Huh. Silly me. ZFP. It's over there. So, like... I'm trying to figure out is how are we getting there? Because we're going to want to make a pretty early descent here. Where on earth is this aircraft going? I'm actually not even sure what's happening right now. Well, you know what I think I'm gonna do is just throw it into heading mode. And we're just gonna go direct to ZAFP here. Because the arrival has us like going way out of whack here. And we'll deploy some of the spoilers. So we'll do a descent check, landing elevation is set, fuel shocked, 5230s, plenty. TCAS set, radar's good, CAS, whatever, landing data, approach briefing, yep, good there. Flight attendants advised, passenger signs are on. Oop, did I turn those back on? No, I did not. Oops. So they're probably getting smacked around back there. Passengers haven't been wearing their seatbelts. Oops. Landing gear, flaps and slats. Okay, good. Altimeter setting at Newark is 2984. We're just trying to drop as much speed and altitude as possible, and we're just going to go direct to ZAV-P for the ILS 22 left. If I have to delay vector myself, I will. Which I might have to, but that's okay. Oh yeah, we're gonna be crossing right over Teterboro, which is fine by me. Looks like our two guys that were going to go to Portugal from Newark bailed on their plan. Which, dang, that would have been interesting to see. Oh well. It is what it is. Alright, we're coming up on 10,000 feet, so landing lights are all going to come on. Good. Alright, so we will send ourselves on a heading where we can re-intercept this track, and hopefully that is enough, you know, displacement to get us at 2,000 feet by the waypoint. You know what I didn't do is turn on my anti-ice, but clearly we don't need it because we didn't get any alerts. So I'll flip the nav source to localizer already. Alright, and we are 250 on the speed, which is really cool. I like that that worked out. I was concerned because we were going at 2,300 feet per minute. Typically, the aircraft wants to haul when you're dropping that quick. Actually, VREF we're looking at 146, so I think I'm going to come in at like 151. I wonder why the V-speeds are so high. I wonder if we're just loaded kind of weird or what. Is that my runway down there? Yeah, it's gotta be. I'm already picking up the glide slope. Alright, we'll switch to Newark. Kevin, we are inbound to Newark in a little bit of an unorthodox fashion, but that's what happens when you have an arrival that was made for staffed airspace by ATC. Alright. Newark traffic, Jazz 8876. It's about 10 miles to the northwest, inbound ILS 22 left, Newark. We're on the approach mode. Watch that localizer come in. Oh. And it blew right through the localizer. I don't know why.
Traffic.
What? Where do you see traffic? I don't have any traffic, that's for sure. Alright, so we're just going to take this by hand because for whatever reason this doesn't want to track the localizer. Oh, that was a disastrous approach. Oh well. It's kind of the way it goes sometimes. Alright, so we're going to keep 150 knots. We are on glide slope. Just got to re-intercept the lateral track here. So we're going to need a lot of throttle to maintain 151. Newark traffic, Jazz 8876, 3 mile final, 22 left, Newark. So we're just under the glide slope, it looks like. Alright, so flaps are 30, gears down, we have 3 greens. Okay, a little floaty, but oh, what the heck? How does that happen? Alright. That was terrible. Okay, skipping that high speed. Take this next high speed. Oh, what the heck. That was awful. No, that's not how I wanted to end the stream. So junk, dude.
Please remain seated until the aircraft has come to a complete stop.
The APU just not want to start? There it is. Alright, flaps are coming up. That was garbage. Alright, stop right here real quick. Let's get regather our things.
Yeah, sure. Flight decks happens, maybe. Currently not at the gate just yet. I'll have to actually just sit in your seats and keep the seatbelts fastened to get to the gate. Once we do get there, I'll have the seatbelt sign off and we'll be free to move up. Thank you very much.
Huh, nice. You made an announcement. Totally forgot to turn the camera on this whole entire time too. That's probably why. It's because the camera wasn't on. It's karma. Unbelievable. Alright, so we're November and we are going to Alpha up here, so we're just gonna cross 22 right on November and take November straight to the gates. Alright, cool. Good to know. Newark traffic Jazz 8876 is clear of 22 left on November, crossing 22 right on November, Newark. Keep having to talk slow because like I forget what I'm saying. Wow, 336. I kind of saw what happened though. I think I fell pretty like underneath VREF right at the very last second there. And yeah, it was just not good. I was trying to stay at like 150, but the plane didn't want to do it. I needed like 70% N1 power just to stay above 150, which is actually nuts. Newark traffic Jazz 8876 is clear of 22 right. We are taking November to the Alpha gates, Newark. Alright, strobes are coming off, wing inspections are off, good. Alright. And we'll do a quick after landing. So after landing AP was on, transponder and radar's fine, slats and flaps 0, lights are good, and probes can come off. Alright. And I would have been going to Alpha 1, which was the gate that I wanted to go to, or wanted to start off at in the beginning, but that whole terminal's missing, so we're just going to go to Alpha 10 again. Yeah, we're just going to enter in from over here. Or it wasn't Alpha 10, we were on 15, I think. So there's something that resembles a center line. Yeah, that's a center line, and then there's taxiway signs in the middle of the concrete, which you would never see. That one's not very realistic. Alright, I am tired, so we need to get to a gate. And you know what? We'll slow down here. And we'll just go to one of the first available ones. And the center line at the actual gate is a little bit separated from the center line leading to it, so that's a interesting adventure there. A little boost. We'll just park at this gate right here. Alright, parking brake set, engine can shut off. Good. Fasten seatbelt signs are off. Dome light can come on. Fuel pumps can come off. Go to shutdown check. Parking brake is set. Seatbelts are off. Thrust levers are off. Anti-ice is off, I believe. Yep, that's good. Okay. Anti-ice, fuel pumps, yep. Beacon is off. Nose wheel steering is off. And yeah, I think that's it. Oh yeah, and the reversers can come off as well. Alright, neat. Let's go ahead and set some chocks. Let's get the door open and we'll toggle the jetway.
The door is open. Please make your way to the exit and please make sure you have all your personal items and carry-on luggage.
Alright. There you have it. Alright, are we going to get out of the aircraft here? Are we going to be stuck? Nope, we can actually move freely this time. Oh, but you know what? Forgot to turn the freaking lights off. There we go. Alright, now it's not going to be so blinding. Look at that. Totally lopsided. Nice. Well, there it is. Nice, beautiful aircraft right there to end the night. Alright, well, there you have it. Microsoft Flight Sim 2024 in the Aerosoft CRJ, Newark to Toronto, and back. And I'm still pretty mixed on Flight Sim 2024. It's doing a lot better as far as free flight is concerned. I mean, the performance was mostly good, just a couple of weird random screen flashes, whatever have you. I think the thing that I just really wish would stop happening is my settings resetting and not saving. When I make settings in the sim, I want them to save so they can, you know, be what I want them to be when I get in the plane the next time and not have to keep resetting them every time I fly. Because, like, I mean, it's just annoying. In twisting flight, yep, in twisting, wanting, what do we... yeah, that last landing was absolutely terrible. I think I fell below the VREF speed just on short final. So when I, you know, went throttle idle to flare, I think the plane just dropped a little bit. It was pretty rough, so oops. We're just going to forget about that one, and we're going to remember the 96 foot per minute landing that we had in Toronto. That's the one we're going to remember. But anyway, yeah. This simulator is getting better. I'm going to say that. The graphics are very nice, and I will say this time around it performed better than I thought it would. When I turned the anti-aliasing off, I got some weird GPU, like, what, alert box or whatever pop up on the side as soon as I turned that off, but I didn't get it after that throughout the flight, so that was good. Yeah, besides the flickering screens at random times, it's been performing really well. The aerodynamics are handling pretty nicely as well. The clouds look good, everything looks good. It's just, you know, settings not saving. That's something that really ticks me off. I don't like the AWAS being on 1228 and this game just auto playing it and the subtitles showing up, you know. That's more of like a real life thing than it is a sim thing, but I wish they had a way to deal with that because VATSIM users don't want to see repeat AWASs while they're flying along their routes. I like the sim. I'm getting used to it. I'm getting tired of changing my settings every time I, load into this thing. I mean, I spent a lot of time coming on to 2024 and setting camera views for this particular aircraft, and none of them saved. They didn't save at all, and that is actually maddening. I don't know. 2024, when it comes to settings and controls and stuff like that, it's also not very user-friendly on how to set those either. And part of me wonders, like, is it just because it's not user-friendly and I'm not setting something right, or if I'm missing a setting, or if another part of me also wonders if I have to set not only settings for a specific type of aircraft, but for a specific livery on each aircraft too. Like, do I have to make a set of settings for the Air Canada CRJ the same way I do the American CRJ? Like, I don't know. The settings and stuff are still confusing. But I'm going to keep coming back to this sim at least every once in a while. I think I want to try it again next time. We'll try it with a different plane, maybe a default plane, and see, you know, how realistic we can get with it. I don't know yet. I'm still on the train of like staying with 2020 until this is a lot better, especially with the career mode. I really wish that career mode would get fixed. Anyway, but that's all I got. I have no idea when my next stream is going to be, and I have no idea what it's going to be, but when I know, you'll know, and you can join me, and we'll figure it out together. Thank you, Toasty Oats and Kevin, for joining my stream and partying with me today. We're just going to forget about landing number 2, and we're going to remember landing number 1. Flight Sim 2024, I think, is starting to get into a 6 out of 10 rating, in my opinion. So, beforehand, it was like a 3 out of 10, but now it's a 6 out of 10. It's getting up there. Still some ironing out to do, so... But we'll keep working with it, and we'll keep up with those sim updates. See how it goes. But anyway, thanks again for tuning in. I hope if you are watching this later on, I hope you have a good night, day, whatever time it is, wherever you are. Take care. Safe flying. And until next time, we will see ya.